All right, so testing the microphone, that seems great. Upstream is working fine. Waiting the last minute, starting at yeah, exactly, I guess 8 for you guys. It's 2 p.m. for me over here in Europe. With the little hand history review as always before jumping into the action and playing a bit. And yeah, I think probably the first hour I might be distracted for a second. My boy is sleeping next door and will wake up shouting or like crying for me and mom probably. So yeah, we'll be fine. Mom is here, we'll take care. My focus is on the hands. And yeah, I'll just see, close the door, and then we're ready to go. All right. Yeah, glad for everyone who tuned in already. Probably seeing more people later on for the action when it's going. Some interesting hands as always being played. And now I'll just get started myself. Love to open something to write down if something interesting is happening, or I have it on the second screen here if I want to show something besides just talking about hands. If there's a concept popping up that might be interesting. And yeah, as always, let's just start. Perhaps we know one hand here already, ace-10. And yeah, probably we get to see a good action or a second hand as well, and we'll discuss that. And yeah, I'll need a second to get into the game structure again. So we have 5, 10, 20 game running with 35, 16 ante, so kind of a smallish ante, or like a normal ante, not one of those super big antes. So we can expect some kind of normal open raising ranges, like normal in the sense of comparable to like MTT poker that is played with a big blind ante, stuff that we know from watching like YouTube or just some other streams. And yeah, we see a limp first in from the small blind after 5 people folding, sorry. And got the call. We got the ISO raise. I think sizing is fine, like 5xing here. And we see the first limp raise. So very interesting now. Those guys raised to 5x. This here is re-raised to 12.5x with some good stack behind. If he calls here, it's about 540 in the middle with a 3.7k behind. So like a good SBR of 7, which is still a lot to play for. That being said, I really do not like the sizing. It just invites our BenCB6789 guy, great name, to just flat every reasonable hand. He shouldn't be too polarized against 2 players, so when he is ISOing, he has a playable hand here, pocket pairs, suited hands, some high cards, like, I don't know, maybe King Jack plus, maybe it's like King 9, I think is not a good ISO here really. So more something like that, and you want to challenge that range with a bigger size. I think at least 350, more like 420 is something you want to go here to give them some trouble. Now every pocket pair can easily see a flop, play in position. So so far this should be one clear mistake, and Ben CB 6, 7, 8, 9 can just lean back, see a flop, and go from there. All right, 6, 3 deuce. Should be more of a swish, like a no-hit board, since deuces, 3 6s for Ben CB shouldn't ISO too often. I would say they're like against two players, they're ISOing them playing out of the sandwich position. Is maybe not too great, so it's more likely they are over limping, which means there are not many sets. There can be some 4-5 suited, obviously, some 5-6 suited, something like that, and then the high cards obviously miss. So I like the big bet here. I think that works out fine, that Ben CB needs really to pay for his positional advantage to see more cards. He sits there with hands like King, Jack of Spades, Ace, Queen offsuit, pocket eights, and obviously the guy who limp raised represents the stronger range, having 10s, jacks, queens, kings, stuff like that. So yeah, I like the sizing now as much as I hated him for the small limp raise. I really like the big, what is that, 2/3 pot sizing here. Yeah, pressure, putting pressure on Ben CB. All right, so we see a call, and again, with the ranges, how I would see them, I just consider that another brick. Well, yes, two combinations of 6-5 suited, if they exist pre-flop, they make trips now. Ace-6 suited may be a thing, but that's about it. There's not really something happening. So really, I would absolutely trust my 10s, jacks, queens, kings to be good enough here for stacking off, which means I go direction all in, leveraging my full stack to really put pressure on that Ben CB guy, who should not have like aces, kings, queens, because, well, he re-raises them pre-flop. So now let's do the math together. 840, if Ben CB calls, is 2.8k in the middle, 2.5k left. That's not the like perfect so-called geometrical sizing, which means same percentage on turn and river, which is best case in spots where, well, one guy has it and the other doesn't, and there's not much equity going on. So I think you want to go slightly bigger here, actually slightly bigger on the turn even, and then get it in on the river. So that's a tiny thing that like high stakes players would really think about here a little, to make it like maybe even 1000 instead of 840, and then the math checks out perfectly. And but still, going with the big sizing, going directional in is absolutely fine. So don't wanna hate here too much on like some not absolutely perfect sizing. 7 is an absolute break. Again, the 7 doesn't help anything. Like, who has like, yeah, three combinations of pocket 7s maybe, but yeah, not really. That's it. So this is an absolute brick. Before our guy with a nice flower in the picture was representing a polarized range, which means he has it in the sense of an overpair or better, or he has nothing. And now he's rapping like, I don't know what he's rapping. Like, he doesn't even know himself what he's rapping. He's rapping like a rivered 7. I don't know. So if you have 10s plus, you want to put the stack in the middle here. I don't know. For me, this smells like full of bullshit. Like I don't find a value hand that makes sense. Maybe a rivered 7 going for thin value. But where does the rivered 7 come from? So this really smells like bullshit. Or it's just a value hand not being greedy enough. But the price is right for every kind. I like in Ben CB's shoe. I'm calling every catcher here, to be honest. Just story doesn't check out in my eyes. If he has 10s, he's just not getting the money he should get. So yeah, I'm fine with catching a lot here just because of that sizing plan that in my eyes does not check out. Doesn't really theoretically make sense. If he has like a 7 of spades, I love it. but it's like really tough to have like exact 2, 3, 4 combos that actually make sense like that. You get the fold, all right. Do we see the hands? Yeah. Okay, I didn't know who has the ace-10 in that spot, but a river doesn't make any sense. And that, like, that river fold, I don't know, come on, man. Like, that last third pot, now you start believing him on the absolute super brick. I mean, I'm more inclined to value jam my pocket nines here. Like, this fold, Ben CB is not a, like, it just doesn't make any sense. It seems like you had a godlike read on the sizing being strong, but yeah, you need to be good like 1 out of 4 times. Yeah, you can be pretty certain that that will be the case. And the ace-10 offsuit is there to blast. Obviously, it has nothing like really going for it. I think I think it's a little light to limp raise. It's okay to put it in your range. It's, I think, good flop check. You fold out hands you dominate, like a king 10 suited, queen 10 suited. You get a call probably by ace queens, ace jacks, and pairs. So that's not what you really want to have. I think it's a pretty clear flop check, and then you go from there. Or if you blast, I mean, on the turn you would prefer to have spades. On the river, the sizing just doesn't make any sense. Then on the river, your hand does not really matter in that spot. Not having spades is then great. Yeah, it's a wild one. Let's just take it as it is. It's a wild bluff, and someone is definitely over bluffing using offsuit combos like that. Cool. I love that first hand. 10 minutes of talking. Wild hands, lots of sizings that are weird. I would make that note that this guy just likes clicking some buttons. Sizings do not really make sense. He takes offsuit combos like that, over bluffing. So I'm happy to call him down in all kinds of spots that seem weird. And yeah, hope for them to come up more often. Let's go to the, like this here. Backwards. All right, so we got a 5-10 game, no ante, obviously ante. What is going on here? Like incredible ante, right? So 175 in ante in the middle. 7. Oh, this is tough, man. 25 ante each player. So this is a very high ante game. Full pot of 200. So let's say it's like blinds are like 30-60 with the 60 ante, 35-70 with the 70 ante, something like that. So this is how big the game plays. So open raises should be adjusted, and we should do lots of limping because it's a very cheap price to play for such a big pot. So we see a raise to 120, right? So big blind is getting a price to call 110 to then play for a pot of like 400 something. So it's a very cheap price for lots of big blind defense. It's a fine smallish open raise. Get one caller, alien energy, like we see the squeeze, like it. I think fine sizing. And this is wild now. All right, so someone with, as I said, it should play like a 30-60 game, a 35-70 game. So I consider his stack as more like 40-50 big blinds, who calls an open raise and then out of position calls the squeeze out of the sandwich. This should only be a couple of hands, or this guy is a recreational, not good player who just is chasing king queen offsuit. So yeah, like maybe 9s, 10s, some ace jack suited can make sense. Maybe some traps, but you do not really want to trap like aces kings in that spot there. Yeah, very interesting spot. Most likely that this guy is just already a not good player and has like some high offsuit cards, or is chasing a pair. So now just putting pressure on that range by continuing small sizing very often is what you should do and can do. With that SPR, it's just 1.3, 1.4 left. You can actually take a couple of your big hands and just jam. Something like a king queen that is priced in anyways. Can just jam some ace queen with the backdoor maybe, and then villain is sitting there with his king queen, with his ace queen, and so on, and just gets a very bad price for calling. check, check. Okay, you won't see much check, check from me there. Followed up by a big bet from out of position. Like really, this is huge. Like 1300 into 1600, leaving himself 1000. To then put out a quarter pot bet on the turn. I think instead you should rather jam if you want to put all the money in. Yeah, weird sizing. And then everything getting there, obviously. And we got the... Okay, I mean, I think the last hand was interesting for those that are interested in how poker works. This here is a fun element for people who have no clue how poker works. So this ace-6 is absolutely ridiculous pre-flop to call in the first place, to then call a squeeze out of position. King-9 of diamonds is like one of the first hands that makes sense to check back because they really suffer from bet folding. They have the gut shot, they have the backdoor flush draw. If he bets and gets jammed on, he has to fold. So I see the check back. I still prefer a small bet. And yeah, on that turn, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, he's priced in. He can call or he can jam, probably just calling, re-evaluating river. And then river, if he knows the player that he is like absolutely full of shit, the 9 should be good enough to, I mean, again, the bet size he built up there is just weird that it's like quarter or 20% pot in the end. Just give me a second. Maybe actually my boy is crying and I don't hear my wife. 1 second. All good. Here we go. So really, this first hand is super interesting to learn about sizing, to learn about concept, limp raising, and so on. And here, this is just a fun hand, how it could be played out in any home game in this world. And doesn't really make sense to yeah talk about much further. Oh, no, I clicked the wrong buttons here. This button. Let's go to the hand number 18 of 20. All right, so again, double checking the spot here. Again, we play high ante, 10, 20, 40, but the pot is 225, so very high ante. 8 players who put in 25 probably. And, oh, they put in 20. Forget my math, but it's high ante. And therefore, we see a very tiny open raise. Call, and like you're priced in with like all kinds of stuff. Like his price is like calling 75 to play for a pot of like 520, 530. Yeah, I mean, like any cards that are reasonable, gotta play. And we had 3-way to the flop. All right, so this is interesting because the sizing, open raise sizing, is so small here. Given the ante. Or like, let's turn things around. Every one of the callers had such a good price that those should be actually quite wide ranges. Usually I would say this is a board with that stack depth, right? They have like SPR 20 still. They fight for 450. They have 8,000 in their stack. The person with the like highest amount of sets relatively to his range should do most of the betting, which I guess should be the first caller, having 9s and 6s high frequency. But here it might even be the open raiser, because calling ranges can be so wide. So that can make sense. But we definitely only want to use small sizings here with that big stack to pot ratio on a very dynamic board. Yeah. And let's see who goes for the betting here. So I would start with lots of checking here in his shoes. And this guy bets big. 2/3, this guy calls. Right? If I checked everything here now, perfect spot to really blast it up with your 9s and 6s, obviously. That's just likely that they have something, right? This is very, very expensive to bluff into 2 uncapped ranges, 2/3 pot on a board like that. So yeah, I really, really dislike the sizing 3 ways. And now again the check raise, I think it's too small against people who clearly have something. This is too small. You're just inviting those guys to play in position for a huge pot, right? Now, even if both call, it's like 3,400 in the middle and still 7,000 left to play for. So yeah, what if you have pocket nines and the turn is a 10, is a 5, if is a spade, and so on. So it's like you really want to kill that positional disadvantage you're having. Which, like, in position you can use sizings like that. Out of position you want to blow the pot up, really charge people. And yeah, let's see. Do we get one more call in a three-way turn? Would be interesting. Oh, we see a re-raise. All right. So now we see like the monster draw versus set, or the set on a set. I mean, we have already had the sneak peek and we know that 7-8 suited is out there. That's obviously fine. But yeah, the first call now re-raise is really, really, really interesting. Yes, I don't know how it works with which hand is shown. Like, probably it's the winning hand in the end. So yeah, then we don't know who has it. But maybe 7-8 of spades, I can see it. But still, he should call and just play his position. He has perfect information. There might be a better flush draw out there that is still priced in. Yeah, the re-raise there. I think if you re-raise here, you missed the flop raise in the first place. Maybe some pocket nines, pocket sixes trap. It's okay, and I don't know, he check raise, fold, I don't know what that was. Call 7. It is very, very, very wild hand. And he rips it in. All right, so 9-6 first was kind of slow. Let's get rid of that here. Was first slow playing the board. Happy to get that check raise in, and then decided, okay, he has the best hand. Very often, I mean, that 9-6 of diamond actually is one of the hands that makes sense. Blocking 9s and 6s, like not raising in the first place. I can see that, and then 7-8 suited just calling it off, being priced in. That makes sense. Actually, those hands do make sense in a way. And we see that the wide ranges that someone flats the button with 9-6 suited there is a good play. It's not a, it's just you got the right price for a hand like that. So yeah, I was expecting to see, I don't know, some kind of weirdly played something, and actually it's like we found two hands in the end that make sense. It's not big range plays that you should do a lot. So really, I think the big mistake here we see is the big sizing from 7-8 suited on the flop. He is not interested in blowing it up. Like, yes, a weak flush draw and a nut straight draw. He wants more cards to fall. He wants to fold out people's king queen offsuit first, and not like build a pot against like good top pairs, two pairs, and sets, and better flush draws. That's what he did in the end. Yeah, he would have better SPRs and maybe lose less in the end if he just bets small, and yeah, just leaves him more room in a situation where he has perfect information. He will know on turn river whether he has a nut straight or he has a flush at some point. All right, so really multi-way. First thought is attacking the weakest part of villain's ranges. So we always use a small sizing. Yeah, pretty much always. If there is not a big reason, like a big calling station that just calls now anyways, and we have it. Just big sizing means there's no way we are bluffing. We cannot bluff with big sizings against multiple opponents because one of them will have something, and then we just don't have the fold equity that we need for big sizings. All right, gotta remind myself of drinking enough. All right, next hand, let's go. Hand number 4. All right, we'll play bigger game now, 25, 50, 100, with again 25 ante. So here it's like yeah, full ante of 200, big blind, or like straddle is 100. So it's a big ante, but not that enormous as before. So this is a reasonable open raise, not on the super small side like the last ones. Still an okay price for lots of players, given the ante. But now this cutoff flatting range should not include something like 9-6 suited. It's more like the 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, and like some suited broadways, some stronger offsuit broadways. So yeah. Now again, we still have some stack depths. SPR is always important. We have a multi-way pot, and we see the next big sizing. Right? Those two ranges combined, it was an okay open raise sizing. So yes, quite some sets here. This guy obviously has big blind, has all kinds of weaker stuff as well. Big, like you want to attack that first. Big size does not really make sense here. And yeah. Even if you have a strong 10, you feel very, very bad now, because obviously the big blind has lots of flush draws. Doesn't need to defend like any 3 and 5 and so on 3-way against the big sizing. So yes, yeah, this is probably the best card in the deck for the big blind. If Wameda 6 has now an overpair, like any 10 crushes him. So I love the donk here. The donk is very, 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 very good, because it makes range-wise so much sense. This is by far the best card in the deck for Love is What. And he always has something there. He has flushes, he has trips, and so on. So the small donk is great. There shouldn't be much raising with that SPR. It's fine to get it in on the river there. It's like 4.7 in the middle, then 6.4k. So yeah, we see the call. River is an ace, and now this guy should have multiple sizings, like with a 10 to attack some overpairs, with a flush with a bigger size to attack some 10x probably. And we see the tiny block bet. I don't know what that attacks. Like, I don't see this tiny amount now. I don't see a non-all-in jam here either. I mean, I know this guy will, like, one of them has ace 10. Probably this guy now. Jamming non-all-in doesn't make any sense there, to leave like 2.5k back with the super nuts. Yeah, just doesn't make any sense. And the call. So here really, I mean, this guy might have king 10 as well, and then you go for minimum with king jack. This guy can have a weaker flush as well. You go for the minimum with king jack. As much as I love the turn donk, yeah, even more I hate the freaking small bet on the river. It just does not make any sense. You're minimizing the value you're getting there. Not even talking about pre-flop. Obviously, king jack suited is almost mandatory squeeze, I would say. Yeah, just a beautiful hand. So that's it. Someone missed a squeeze, found a nice turn donk, and went for a ridiculously small block bet. And then okay, calling off non-all-in size is obviously fine with a second nut flush. It's the paired board, but still. All right. Couple of interesting hands. Like the last times I was streaming, we had some more bullshit hands. So far we had that ace-6 offsuit, but everything else is like reasonable hands with like small things where maybe the sizing doesn't make sense, or a little passive pre-flop. But I really love that donk, seeing something like that. Just shows people understand poker when they play here. That's great. Not making everything perfect, but yeah, really like to see that. Let's go for the next one. Again, big ante here, 140, reasonable open raise size. Shorter stacks behind is interesting here. 3-bet seems fine. Alright, so we got a cutoff 3-bet and a call. It's like SPR 3.5, so that's pretty normalish, I would say, to like normal 100 big blind poker. It's more like playing like 70-80 big blinds, so it's a little more shallow. because of his stack depth, but that's fine. And yeah, I expect lots of small betting. He can have pocket pairs. You want to attack that first. So a tiny sizing should be good. Again, this is a half pot bet, means it's like a bigger bet in a 3-bet pot. You don't want to do that against strong ranges. This guy, where you may hopefully can see my mouse, that has 11 seconds on his time bank right now, has king queen suited. He does have pocket jacks. He can have pocket tens. He does have ace jack suited. He probably does have ace 10 suited. Firing half pot into that incredibly protected range makes it very, very tough. I think ace king is already close to bet like this because you just run in so much better stuff on that board. So I really don't like the half pot here. We get a call. Turn, okay, a king. So every queen makes the straight. Both can have ace queen, both can have set still, and now obviously this here, beautiful hand. Just thinking about what is this guy betting on the turn. Is he really betting sets again on the turn, or 2 pairs that he has a boat ever? So I actually think there should be lots of donking on the river because this guy improved to some boats, and the cutoff probably doesn't have too many. Just like if he bets a set on the turn, he's risking to just face the jam. And now it's like 3rd pot bet. He puts them all in. And yeah, so. Alright, this is interesting. 3-bet. Let's go step by step. Open raise is good. 3-bet is good. Calling king jack off out of position is absolutely an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. Your hand plays incredibly poorly. C-betting ace queen with that sizing is, I don't want to say a disaster, but it's too big. Calling king jack offsuit against a too big bet is an absolute disaster, even though you have a pair plus a gut shot. So you're incredibly dominated all the time. Betting the turn is fine. Calling the turn is also fine. Not donking the river, I think, is a mistake. Betting small on the river is a massive mistake. This is the clearest check back of all times. Betting small and then calling off a jam is an absolute blunder. Like, yeah, got a freaking 0%, you're good here. So, yeah, just massive overplay of that straight. Not really realizing how freaking often there is a boat. And, yeah, I mean, the biggest mistake is probably actually just calling king jack offsuit out of position. So, this is way too weak. I mean, I'm not really talking about bluffs and value hands pre-flop, but if we try to do that, it's probably ace jack off is the bluff from the cutoff, which well has something like king jack dominated, just to show how weak, how bad a hand like that is. All right, need a second here and there, lots of talking. And yeah, but again, happy for everyone who tuned in. I will be playing in half an hour on the VIP table, so we can get through some more hands. I'll just drink a little something, and then we go to the next one. Yeah, let's do that. Right, again, 10, 20, 40 with a big ante. We see that kind of now, it seems kind of standard open raise. Everyone plays deep. I think this is really deep here. 3x 3-bet is fine in that position. Big 4-bet, love the sizing, that's perfect. Perfect sizing, really challenging this guy's ace queens and pocket nines and stuff like that. So now we play a 4-bet pot with SBR3, jack high board. Yeah, this guy's value should be like queens plus ace king, and then like adding hands like an ace queen offsuit, like an ace 5 suited, maybe some king queen suited, some ace jack suited, hands like that. And this guy can have the middle-ish pairs. He can trap aces pre-flop now against the 4-bet. Definitely has like jacks, 10s, 9s, ace queen suited, some 5-6 suited, some 4-5 suited. Those would be a very reasonable range. And let's see how they continue. So I think on Jack 6-4 you want on average use a bigger size, like some half potting here in the 4-bet pot. He goes for a small size. Yeah, makes it easy for in position to continue with all the pairs. And like some ace-king, you just fold those without backdoor. Some ace-queen of hearts is folding now, but everything else can call. See more cards in position. Now the flush got there. That means cutoff is way more protected by now, having some flushes. 4-5 also got there, and now out of position is sizing up. That doesn't really make sense. Because it's not a very easy stack off now with like any like top pair plus. Just like red queens, can they really stack off, run into flushes, into 4-5 suited, into pocket jacks? Should they get called by much worse? Something like ace jack of hearts is definitely not ready to stack off. Again, big bet into a protected range. I don't like it too much. Obviously, if you have ace king with a diamond, you can do something like that. If you have pocket kings with a diamond, you can do something like that. Those hands qualify, but just saying that the main range does not qualify for that here. And it's very likely a mistake if we don't end up seeing one of the named hands. River 5 is a brick. It takes 1-4-5 suited out of there. Pocket 5s are not a thing. 7-8 is not a thing really. So it's an absolute brick. Sorry. And yeah, let's see. And I think we have seen in the preview already that an 8-9 offsuit is going crazy here. Right, so here, right, it's just someone deciding this is some home game style. If you have seen him once playing crazy, then you just gotta find the call button. If he does that the first time, I think ace-jack suited is played perfectly, and a good river fold in most spots. Your range is just so strong that you don't need to call something like ace-jack suited, and villain is representing stronger, so you have pure bluff catcher. If someone ends up with hands that are not even an open raise in a 4-bet range, well, then you just need to call off all kinds of shit. But yeah, so that 8-9 offsuit is a lucky bluff hit here, I would say. If you do that once, it can work out. You don't have any blockers going for you, so it's like if you get that run out with like a diamond and so on, and you don't run into the nuts here now, well, that's good for you. But on average, this play is losing big time. So yeah, against any reasonable player. This was very, very wild, and yeah, props to the guy with ace-jack suited. He played it perfectly. Like it. Every side, like the sizings were all fine. Besides the turn sizing from the 8-9 off blast guy. Yeah, let's go to the next one. 3-7 suited. We have got someone posted, so pot is even bigger, and now we have almost no ante. So very different game. It plays more like, as it looks like a 10-20 game. Yeah, open limp. I think open limping doesn't. I mean, from under the gun you can do that, but still it doesn't make too much sense in a low ante game. Deep stack, just like folding out the any 2 from the big blind is always a good idea for you. And now we have the same thing again. So multi-way. This guy's betting half pot. This guy was posting. He has any 2. This guy on the cutoff or what he was is like can play pretty much any hand as well if he wants. This guy has any 2. So there, it's like still lots of 3x that is around. What you want to do is here use a small size, fold out some 8-9 with a backdoor, something like that. Start challenging a king a little later, and yeah, what do you do if you have a king here, bet like this, and this guy just raises, like, which will happen quite often with a 3. Even if you have a 3 and this guy raises, it's just too big. Multi-way doesn't make sense. You're already attacking kind of strong hands with that, and everyone who has nothing is happy to just fold to a half pot bet. So it's just impossible that you're bluffing. Like, I can tell you that this guy has something. He can have 3, he can have king, He can have hearts, something going for him. And now we see the check raise, we see the cold call. What is going on, right? So they all have something, and it's kind of wild. Now the re-raise. Now he's not saying here, like, this is now saying I have a stronger 3 than you guy with the any2. I mean, I told you he has something, and everyone knows that, or should know at least. We got the call, and another call. All right, probably someone having a flush draw, 2 other guys having a 3, if they have what they represent. This guy tries to represent now that he has a strong 3. Check around now on the on the double flush draw. So he decided that he does not have a strong 3 anymore, because any strong 3 should bet the turn against all the flush draws out there. We see a half pot bet, and yeah, he trapped the kings and did not go for the jam and did not stack the boat. This is really weak. So he just open limped kings. Do we see this hand as well? Yeah, he has the strong 3 and even decides to fold the river after the call. So his play is fine, but why isn't he like... Doesn't he keep betting the turn? Yeah, if you raise the flop, you make the decision that your 3 is better than the other 3s around. And then changing your decision on the turn is very, very weird. Yeah, but I think like I've seen that hand before. Did we have that hand last time? I don't know. Or it was like a hand similar like that, with that sneaky overcall with the pocket kings. Right, okay. Yeah, really, really weird. And then not stacking the 7-3 is obviously an absolute disaster. Not much to talk about there. Pocket 9s, alright, so 5, 10, 20, okay, was it low ante? And we see a very big open raise, low ante, and he makes it 4.5x, that's a very big open raise, so I would play 3-bet only against that. Not like the price for calling is just very bad. I'm not playing many hands, but the ones I play, I'm 3-betting, keep my range together. I mean, not from the big blind. From the big blind, I can pay the price, but again, like here, those positions, I wouldn't end up calling. Again, okay, this guy calls a very big bet. See a board that hits a calling range very hard. He can have pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket jacks, pocket 10s, ace jack, ace queen, ace 10, like. Suited hands, they connect quite well with a board like that, and he blasts 3/4 pot. So this is not ace 4 of spades, like we all know it. It's just not. So he has something, and why? I already telling that. Right? People playing like that, often their check back ranges are way too weak, or like their small betting ranges are way too weak. What is he doing with ace 4 suited? I'm sure he's not blasting like that into a range who always has something. Or it's just a bad bluff. A very expensive bluff. Now we see the check raise against the strong. Someone says he's strong. The next guy says I'm stronger than strong. That's just wild. And I really feel like we've had those hands before. I think that I had that hand last time as well. So now it's like check, check. He's check raising. That will be the set, right? Then he's kind of giving up on that when the 10 makes the straight and now going for it again. It's like he represents exactly that, and this guy represents the stronger set. A stronger boat now. It's like, this is very wild. Both players are representing 9s pretty much. Yeah, 8s and 9s. That's exactly what they represent. I think I had that hand before. So, but I mean, I can still do it. It's probably not the same guys watching. So it's like, it was playing so freaking honest. What can we learn from that? Maybe that is more important, more interesting. Is when people bet big on boards that we hit well on average, we can just fold. I think it's totally fine to fold King Jack of clubs on the flop versus the big bet. It's totally fine. you're not making money there really calling when people just play like that when they have it. What else can we do? We can actually attack it if this same player will bet like 50 into 180 on that board. What should he have? Like if he goes for, oh, it's drawy and so on, max protection, and I want to charge draws with my set, well, then when he bets small, he has nothing, or he has like quite a weak hand, and that is something that we can attack as well. So really marking when people overprotect their hands on boards that we hit well. It's a different thing when we don't hit and they are just like, well, using their advantage to use big sizings. But here a board that we absolutely smash, given the pre-flop action, going big here, yeah, they just, it's like they can't have like a real bluff. All right, cool. I'll go, because if those are actually the same, I didn't know the first set, but those really seem like hands I've seen before. I'll go to the very bottom then, or actually make it like this. We talk through hand 1. Since I always go from the last ones, then I haven't seen those last time. Up, and we got some new hands. Sorry, here like that. So 5-10 with a very big ante. Okay. Playing a 5-10 game with 215 in the middle is quite a lot. So this is a reasonable open raise now. It's not 8.5x, it's just in relation to the pot size. Hijack open, cutoff call so far, so standard. A large squeeze, I think it's even a little too large given the stack depth here, stack size of that guy. Flower guy, we have seen him before. And he, well, this is like an all-in. Like, this is way too big for his stack depth. If he jams, he just cannot fold, right? Let's do the math quickly. If this guy jams now, 5,000, he has 3,300 left to call the 5,000, to call for the 5,000, so it's like full pot of 10,000. To do the call, he needs 33% equity, which, well, this is something his bluff will have. So it's impossible for him to fold, or he makes a very bad fold then. So it's just, this is just, by easy math, it's pretty clear that this cannot be a bluff. And when there is no bluff, well, it doesn't make sense to give villain options, and this is just nothing else but an effective all-in. See the call, right? So this guy is taking his option to not get it in now and see a flop first. That's like the upside of the guy who is not committed. And yeah. Now he can decide to get rid of pocket tens probably. And this again is just a committing bet, get the money in the middle, doesn't make sense. And let's see the hands. Pocket eights and pocket queens. Maybe that was not a good idea to see the flop first. Pocket queens, you definitely need to get it in, right? If you have something that gains from seeing a flop. But pocket queens will have most of the time an overcard against it. And then you are kind of lost. Yeah, you just want to get it in here with queens. Yeah, you can trap some aces. Not really either. Like villain is just priced in. You get it in there. Yeah. Yes. It's out of position. It's not a cool spot. Just like treat it as an all-in. It's probably the best option. And yeah, you killed yourself a little here with the pocket queens. So that's fun hand. Okay. And obviously pocket eights to just effectively jam there is just not good. It's just too weak. Okay, and just that being said, it's not okay to 4-bet it as he did and then fold and saying like I'm behind now. No, it's too much ace king. The price is too good. You just can't fold anymore. All right, so we see 1-2-4 game, low ante, call from under the gun. An ISO raise, another, wow. So this is a real low stakes game. We got the limper, we got a big ISO. This guy now cold calling. I think this shouldn't really exist. Like, which chance is he playing there against a big ISO? Like not too many. Does he want to split that up, range up into a calling and a 3-betting range? Probably not. So I rather have a only 3-bet here with the small sizing, play one range, and yeah, go from there. We have the next cold call out of position here. This is typical low stakes. I have a nice looking hand. I wanted to see a flop. I'm not surprised if I see lots of king jack offsuits burning money here. Or pocket fives, pocket sixes. So now again, we are freaking 5 ways. Someone will have something. Again, the only thing that makes sense is small sizes. Oh, you see the check around still. That doesn't change. The only thing that makes sense is still small sizes. Falling out all people's king jack. Denying equity. Half pot. This guy has something. Very, very clear. It's not possible that he bluffs king jack here. I'm sure he can do that, but not profitably. And we see the check raise against the big size. Someone saying he has it. Someone saying I have that. Beat what you have. So this is just lots of strength going on. Getting the call. Peer the board. With pot size left. And he rips it in. Really representing that set or now a rivered boat. He was representing a straight, nothing else. And this is what people had, right? So he is showing strength. The big bet just like he opened the door for every 3. It looks like 5 people. It's very likely someone has a 3. He should rather bet the flop small. And yeah, then he calls to draw for his boat. And actually the guy with the 3 found a good fold with yeah, check fold here against. He's just playing against a 3 or a set on the turn, maybe some 2 pairs, and that's about it, right? And then he's like, Millen's probably checking back a straight, not turning it into a bluff from the split, and yeah, very, very nicely played by the queen 3 suited. The pocket deuces again show the concept we see today with the big sizings in multi-way pots versus strong opponents. Yeah, that's just what we learned today, that this is never, never, ever a good idea. All right, more. Can we get 2 more through? So middle-ish ante, open race on a 1-2-4 game. Again, we get the 3 callers, so we can follow our concept of multi-way pots. Four callers, 5 callers, 6 callers, a 7-way pot. So again, I can tell you the same thing over and over again. If someone bets bigger than quarter pot here, he's doing a mistake. In a theoretical sense, right? If people call just any king and you have better, you can just bet anything you want. So like, again, just saying it's absolutely impossible. This guy is really bluffing. This guy calling now with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ranges behind. I hope for him it's better something like 5, 6 diamonds would be a horrible call here, right? It's very likely someone has a better flush draw behind. It's likely someone raises behind and you're in trouble. You really need to be strong here. Maybe even play like raise, small raise only to stay uncapped here. It's incredible how strong ranges need to be multi-way. One more call, sure. Another one with a good hand now. It's like any king is a freaking snap fold here. Fold, fold, fold. 3 ways to the turn. Turn is an absolute brick. So no one of those guys should ever, ever, ever have a 3. So now he can keep the pressure up. Bets 200 to 300. That's fine. Yeah. He folds now and we got the call. River, the flush gets there. On the paired board, people shouldn't have too many flushes anymore. A naked flush draw should fold on the turn, if not even on the flop. So this guy should not really have a flush besides the Jack X of diamonds. So there should be Queen Jack and Jack 10 of diamonds, maybe some Jack 9 of diamonds. That would make sense. Those hands can play like that. And yeah, I think he should mainly still do some jamming with his boats. and yeah, straight and flush. He can size accordingly. 2 pairs, some block betting maybe. But really interested in seeing all the hands. He should have went bigger on the turn. So it's like really he didn't prepare a nice stack to pot ratio. Okay, so we have a king 3 suited, obviously horrible pre-flop call. I want to see more hands. On the flop against the big size, that's an okay call. Turn obviously an okay call, and river not getting it in from both sides is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, how they are scared with like the third nuts or something. Yeah, so now let's have a look. This guy betting, this guy calling, like this big bet is just he's telling his hand, like, yeah. This guy calling, I think king queen is really, really close and you should just fold it. Against big bet and call in those positions, in his spot there were like 3 or 4 people behind left to act. 4 people actually, oh no, 3, I don't know. This guy jack 3 off, you folded. Pocket 5 is easy fold, ace 2 is easy fold, pocket 4 is easy fold, 6, 7 off, easy fold. So actually what we can learn here again is the big sizing was perfectly ineffective against 4 of the 6 players. And yeah, why not start small and then attacking the others a little later? Cool. And obviously the 3 did play a role here on the turn in a way, but yeah, this guy really should not have a 3. He has the king 3 suited. Yeah, it's a really, really wild pre-flop call and very, very losing in the long run. For every king 3 suited here, he has the king 4 suited, king 5 suited, king 6 suited, king 7 suited, and so on. Probably calling all of them on the flop. If he calls something like that pre-flop, then yeah, it might be like that. All right, so let's do one more. 2, 4, 8 with a big ante again. So we see a large open raise. That's a very large open raise for that stack depth. I think this is the first one that is too big I've seen. And now we are heads up. Big bets are allowed. You can do anything. Most of the time, no one has anything. It's SBR 4. Half pot is totally fine. Slightly over half pot. Ace, probably one of the best cards for under the gun here. He's open raising with lots of ace X. He can just almost bet entire range. And now this is 2/3 pot bet. I don't know. Is he trapping? Is he tens jacks? I think he was trapping. Okay, so now yeah. Pocket 9s, he's trapping. He should just keep going, I think, on the turn. In his range. Now, this is he gave him the chance to get away. If you just bets, this guy needs to call down an ace like that. Like, this guy can have a 6, puts out a big bet. I think it's actually too big with the ace 7 and he jams. I think that's another easy fold. Like a tricky player with his pocket 9s that does not really make sense. But yeah, leaves us room for one more hand. 25, 50, 100 with a reasonable ante here this time again. We see a limp, which in this game probably is not too reasonable. Being played super deep here by that guy at least. There are some shorter stacks. We see limp and ISO from the cutoff. Cold call, I don't like that too much. Another cold call. So this is tight ranges that we need to be aware of. And now again, we are 5 ways on a very dynamic board. I repeat myself, anything bigger than like 30%, 25% is an absolute master punt here. Half pot, out of position. Okay, he seems to have a set. It's like, or a good monster draw, something like that. That's like playing to 4 ranges. Someone will have something. All of them can have sets. All of them can have straights. I can tell you that this is not ace 4 of diamonds. Like, no way. So just again, same concept. You can if you have ace 9 here, feel free to fold. Feel very free to fold stuff like that. Queen, kind of a break after that action. Some of the flush draws were picking up top here, okay. But straights and sets, nothing happened. And flush got there and the boat got there. No clue what this guy's calling now after blasting out 5 ways. If it's not the queen, jack of spades, like I really don't know. And yeah, I mean, we'll see a showdown. And we got the set, and we got the nut flush draw. Like, why blasting out the nut flush draw? Yeah, it's like stupid. And then the other thing, why not fast? I mean, fast playing the sixes. Is it really nutted? That's one thing. When we know they have something, we want to fast play our value hands. Sixes is right on the edge. This guy might have nines, he might have fives, he might have 7, 8, he might have a draw. So actually waiting for a safe-ish turn is probably not bad. And then charging villain for his flush draw. So I'm super happy with how the six is played, and the ace 10 of spades is just an kind of obvious master punt with an obviously unlucky river. But yeah, just like big on the flop to then check call turn, drawing just to the flush draw, and yeah. Not like there are no bluffs existent. Once cutoff calls a big bet, he has nothing he can bluff with. Just absolutely impossible. So yeah, I think this is the big learning from the first hour here. And we'll might talk about that again when playing. If we get some multi-way pots going, that multi-way pots, keep it small, play a real range, not just blast out your hand when you're the lucky one. I'm the 1 out of 5 who has something good now. That's why I bet big. No, makes it easy for everyone. And you want to take advantage of that by just folding good hands that are not nutted. All right, I hope you enjoyed those couple of reviews. I'll give it over to the team now and set up the action for the playing. And yeah, they will sit me on the VIP table. I take a short bathroom break and then see you in 2, 3, 4 minutes. Alright, that already looks good. Waiting to get seated. Alright, so I hope you don't hear the crying in the background. Seems like something happened. Welcome everyone playing. See my bluff. MVP all in. Alright. Seems like I should trust more in first hands. Oh wow. Welcome. Nice picture. I like it. Okay. Oh wow. That's a big action there to start with. I'm didn't have a hand so far, but love seeing that. Okay. Fuck. Okay, that was a big one. What was that? Some sweets over here now. Some lucky chocolate. Oh, hello. Big action here. Wow. Eieieiei. All right, a little card dead break. Let's get some action going. So happy to got the full table here that early in the session. And yeah, as I said, card deadness is over. Let's get started.
Und die Hoffenheimer ebenfalls mit der 11 nicht zuletzt der letzte Augsburg mit 3:1 gewinnen konnte. Die Punkte auf den letzten 3 Partien für Mainz 05 und das nochmal auf den Punkt gebracht. Könnte heute dazu führen, mit einem Dreier zu Hause gegen Hoffenheim und einer Niederlage heute gegen Heidenheim. Das Mainz hat 15 Tore. Wer hätte das für möglich gehalten? Und dementsprechend ist ja alles im totalen Stimmungshoch.
Ei. Ei.
Der Ball. Die Todesserie wollte ich sagen. Ja, die Wildstarter der Liga haben wieder zugeschlagen. Sie führen Daniel Olmo. Bisher haben sie sich ein bisschen schwer getan, reinzukommen in dieses Spiel. Schlager der Ex-Wolfsburger gegenüber und dann ja einmal ausgezogen, um den Gegenspieler rumgedreht. Tor von der Bild nach Stunde. Hat aber zunächst in 2 Minuten nach 61 Sekunden. Jetzt wieder auch eine Ansage ja auch überholt. Erstmals seit Ende des 18. Spieltags wieder unter der Top 4. Top 4 nach dem 17. in Frankfurt.
Ja.
hier auch nie eine richtig gute Torchance genommen mit einem Foulspiel.
Nice hand.
So weit nach 90 für den VfL.
Und wir können jetzt mal aufpassen, denn das ist wahrscheinlich nicht nochmal der Ansage getroffen. Steht 1 für die Hoffenheim. Die Fahne kann das schaffen. Und Mithilfe von Robin Fenster, das müssen wir uns nochmal angucken. Ja, was macht der Meister, muss man sagen? Er faustet, er segelt ins Leere, hat 2 reingechippt von Kamaric. Klar, wenn er sich entscheidet, rauszukommen, dann sollte er auch tunlichst an den Ball kommen. Und dementsprechend trägt er natürlich schon eine ziemliche Mitschuld hier an diesem Gegentreffer. Fabrikaner Schabek, Saisontor Nummer 2. Hoffenheim führt. Das internationale Geschäft ist in Reichweite. Wir gehen ja ziemlich fest davon aus, dass an 7 reichen wird für einen internationalen Wettbewerb. Aber das 3%. Das ist auch der aktuell steht. Wir haben ja gesagt, die Antwort der Mainzer. Er ist jetzt wieder auf dem Feld. Er hat gerade gefehlt beim Gegentor. Er war laut, wurde behandelt. Er hatte Nasenbluten. Zu sagen, dass er wohl Spieler einfach nicht wurde. So sieht das schon wieder aus. Das würde etwas bedeuten. Aber der Nachmittag ist ja noch früh. Klar, die Mainzer haben auch können. Das wollen wir nicht vergessen bei aller Leute. Die stehen unter Kontrolle. Den emotionslos jubeln, haut den Humorlos überkommen ihn in die Maschen rein. Die Schulter von Futter und Gladbach, die Entstehung. Ranzen, der Aufbau. Gladbach steht im Block. Dann der Laufweg von Beino Gittens, da gibt es Zusammenfall, aber auch der Laufweg von Ranzen. Dann ballert er mit voller Box durch. Sieht auf den nicht perfekt aus, das ist unglaubliches Speed auch da. Hast du eine ganz kurze Reaktionszeit, aber der Ball geht natürlich am Kopf vorbei. Den hat er wahrscheinlich im Endeffekt nur noch ausgehört. Den macht den Treffer zu 1-0. Damit sein dritter Treffer in dieser Saison. Zuletzt auch mitspielen Gladbach. Es gibt eine Pause. Platz 6 in der Auswärtstabelle. Mehr Punkte auf dem Wiese geholt als zu Hause. Kann man gar nicht sehen. Wieder der Ex-Meister Anton Stark.
Oh yeah. 10. Awesome.
Muss man den Meister echt so gut erhalten. Wenn sie den Ball hat, geht es wirklich gut stark, rasenschnell gegnerisches Tor. Dann hat er schon ein bisschen was von der Dimension. Die machen es nicht schlecht. Es ist ein ungültiger Spielball auf dem Platz für die Gastgeber. Dann schade,
Trips, quads. What's next?
wieder stabilisieren nach seinem Fehler. Und solange die Mainzer hier nicht treffen, vielleicht sogar verlieren, könnte ich mir gut vorstellen, ist man im oberen Platz zufrieden.
Und so richtig zufrieden wäre man, wenn man hier voll punkten könnte gegen den Bundesliga-Aussteiger vergangenen Sommer.
Trips again. Here we go. Alright, first hour in, we had some big pots. We've seen the quads. Semi-bluff went with his name and went for the crazy bluff where I actually folded aces. So, nice one there. Won some back there. Good action. Good action. I like a pot. The 5-7 off special. So yeah, 1 hour in, 2 more to go. Hope to get a little more involved. I still feel like I'm missing some of the good hands. But yeah, definitely ready to jump into the action when I get something else than the 8-3 offsuits here. But yeah, long K GER is in there for the good hands. Semi bluff. Making miracles happen.
Samstag gekommen und der Gegner hat können, die fühlen sich so ganz wohl. Die beiden haben durch Gerät und die größte Chance des Spiels gehabt, mal mit Schweber hat er super gehalten. Aber ansonsten, das zweite Muster. Wenig Abschlüsse von hinten immer eine Chance für den Gegner, der den ganz guten Trikot dauert, die Umschaltmomente. Kane bislang als Vordermann gewählt. Stark gemacht, zum wiederholten Mal gegen Müller, der Vorbereiter. Kane mit dem Abschluss, aber er macht natürlich über das Meer auf, als er nicht drin war, fein abgelegt.
Maybe you have a straight or a queen. Well, I'm hoping for the best. Nice hand. Ace is good. Oh, what was that?
spielerisch durchaus ansprechend. Sie kombinieren sich durch und dann zum ersten Mal überhaupt. Schützer und Abschlag. Aber dann übernimmt Cesar. Letzte Chancen würde ich bekommen, der gewinnt Cesar. So gemacht. So war ich zu 2 gegen die Bayern. Beim Wochenende. Der auf den Kunstposten abgeholt von Kleindienst. Wieder Cesar. Das ist jetzt der beste prodigy. Muss warten, wer nachrückt. Das Beste und nochmal Beste! 1-0 für die Gäste durch Jan Niklas Beste. Ein Hector, der den VfL regelrecht von oben fliegt. Ja, nicht das beste 8. Saisontor. Cesar gut gespielt. Auch die neuen Nationalspieler, der nimmt dann die Chile. Kommen wir auch. Den ganz großen Überblick. Das Maloney und Beste mitlaufen und Beste profitiert natürlich. Luxor von nicht mehr schwer für den Linksfuß. Gegen Manuel Riemann. Ja, das Szenario so gut es war, mit dem Rückstand in Mainz. Also jetzt komplett gegen mal drüber geschaut. So, jetzt bestätigt von was ergibt sich. Also,
Die Erkenntnis, dass Fußballvereine im Gegensport ist, das Ergebnis aber manchmal täuscht. Es steht 0-0 zwischen den Bayern in den roten Hosen. Aber das ist wahrscheinlich eine der chancenreichsten 0-0 Minimum der Rückrunde vielleicht in dieser Saison. Erstmal Koman gegen Chaco, nochmal Lubicic. Also wir hatten Aluminium-Treffer Nummer 20. Kane hat auch 10 das Aluminium bekommen. Kane ist zweimal spektakulär an Marvin Schwede hängen geblieben. Zwischendurch hatte er nur eine Chance. Kein Freistoß. Und später da vorne. Beide Sachen jetzt ganz viel zu. Die Bayern haben Tipper aufgenommen, waren ernst mit dabei. Und da, das Ergebnis steht da oben. Nüchtern, trocken, in Rot, Tempo-Wagen. 1 Minute 0.
beschäftigen alle mit.
Nein, das hätte für alle, die gerne mal freut. Die gemeinsames Leben feiern. Die den Feierabend am liebsten gemeinsam. Gemeinsam das Leben einfach besser schmeckt. Nein, Helle für alle.
Amazon bringt dir die UEFA Champions League. Dortmund gegen Atletico. Die Chance.
Alles ist in Bewegung. Aber
Alright, so 2 seats open. What's up, guys? Thanks for playing anyways. Hope you come back soon. And yeah, 2 seats open for other guys to join in.
Na, euer Feuerstand länger. Keine Sorge, in 90 Minuten ist unsere Technik bei euch. Mit unserer neuen Support. Erlebt, was geht. Jetzt nur bei Mediamarkt und Saturn. Hinken bei der UEFA Euro 2024 mit den Spielern einlaufen. Jetzt die ThesGoose'Steffen
Neues von 1 und 1. Zum Samsung Galaxy S24 gibt's jetzt ein Watch 6 dazu. Wählen Sie aus tausenden Designvarianten. Beides zusammen für einmalig 0 Euro mit der 1 und 1 Online-Flat und mit bis zu 950 Euro für Ihr altes Handy. 1 und 1, immer wieder besser. 10% extra Rabatt gibt's jetzt bei allen Hotelbuchungen in der Check24-App. Was? Dieses Jahr. Hotel Mallorca. 10% extra Rabatt. Und Softball, Hotel Oktoberfest. 10% extra Rabatt. Jetzt Hotel buchen auf Check24.
Anbau erstklassig hin und bis zur Tasse nachhaltig.
Du Steuer geht's ganz schnell.
Wir sind eine große Familie. Wir sind einfach am Scherz.
Gemeinsam noch
Nie das Trikot waschen, mit dem man gewonnen hat. Alles aber. Ich glaube an Professionalität. Nee, Ruhm ist Design.
Oh, welcome. What is that? Is that a bee? Not a fat bee with a bear face. All right.
Wie für mich gemacht. Auch mit persönlicher Beratung. Tagebank. Offizieller Partner des DFB-Pokal.
Viel Spaß bei der zweiten Halbzeit. Einer frischen Entwicklung mit Hambacher Springfield.
Nice. I think I was lucky. The flush draw. King high flush draw. Nice one.
Aluminium, sondern das Netz ist die Endstation für diesen Schuss des japanischen Nationalspielers nach vorne beim Buenos Aires. In mein das wird den Strickshot eben geprüft. Bayern 1-0 vorne. Ja. Nachmittag dann zurückgenommen wird. Zunächst das von Beste und jetzt von Astano. Spiel von Lucia, offensiv Foul, es geht weiter mit 0-0 ab.
Jetzt hat die Innenwochen Matik Schwindel überragende 4 Paraden. Aber jetzt ist das Rafael Guerrero, den super hinten reingepasst hat. Es hat gedauert, mit bei Kimmich war eine feine Variante und dann natürlich das Spieler der Wiener untergebracht, hat dann schwer gescheitert, das ist 4-mal so großem Abstand. Und wenn ich ihn gerade sehe, ich glaube, auch nach der Leistung von Masraoui, der für den Linksverteidiger Position am Mittwoch gegen Arsenal, was gespielt hat, ordentlich mehr, aber auch nicht. Da gibt es ja große Probleme. Saka und was dann immer angelaufen. So eine sehr zwischendurch mal gedacht, boah, ja, nicht groß im Glück, das ist so, aber die selber jetzt so ein bisschen hinten nach. Sind lieber gewechselt, kein von dem Zentrum raus, die waren falsch mit
All right, guy. That was a little more quiet hour for me, at least. I mean, you had plenty of action. 1 hour to go. Happy to see my friend Semi Bluff back. Always ready for some action. But you, sir, to my left with the quads. Like to see that as well. Lucky I didn't hit it flush. So yeah, let's keep it going. Play some nice pots.
Moschinski, schon zweimal getroffen in der laufenden Saison. Fedor, ganz gelbe Karte.
Uiuiui. Also der Ball war eine Bewegung und der Arm geht nicht so weit, geht, dass es weitergeht. Amiri überragt sein Auftrieb. 3:1. Das ist das Bestprogramm der Mainzer. Und bitte, in dieser Verfassung, gegen wen soll sie ja chancenlos sein? Selbst wenn die Dortmunder hier hinkommen, im eigenen Stadion, diese Woche, alles möglich.
Card dead, guys. Can't do anything.
In dieser zweiten Hälfte. Und dann kommt das Eigentor von Steffen Schlotterbeck. Weitestgehend unter Kontrolle. Und legst in dieses Eis selbst rein. Ungefährlich, diese Flanke. Traoré. Der lange Ball von Riemann. Das Mittelfeld des VfL ist draußen. Jetzt geht es gegen die letzte Kette. Dixie läuft an. Traoré erkennt die Situation einfach mal rein. Abgefälscht, einmal abgefälscht, zweimal. Na gut, da kann jemand sagen, das sind durch. Aber steht Kleindienst. Nee, also das ist absolut selbstverständlich. In dieser 82. Minute K.O. zum Boden, zunächst das Tor, das nächste in Leipzig. Wundervoll Holztor, K.O. und auf die Blätter geschickt.
Da schüttelt Karatze Horror in eine lästige Kugel. Lässt sich auch nicht aufmachen. Aber der war keine Chance. 9 Minuten vor dem Schlussdauer und mit Foul für den seit heute, aber seit heute ganz besonders. Der Abstiegskampf bekommt an diesem 29. Spieltag nochmal eine ganz neue Note und Schärfe und Würze. Ecke für die 05er. Und die Aufnahme Ding ist erstmal geklärt, so wie es aussieht. Überragende Spiel übrigens von ihm. Tor erzielt, Tor vorbereitet, wieder richtig rein in diesen Abstiegskampf. Das ist das, was ich vorhin schon meinte. Das hat jetzt eine ganz neue Breite, eine ganz neue Dimension. Wir haben die ganze Zeit eigentlich nur von Mainz, Köln und Darmstadt gesprochen. Sieht ganz anders aus mittlerweile. Das kommt. Wir haben hier kurz hinten. Applaus für den überragenden Amiri. Auch ein ganz wichtiger Punkt von den Mainzern, ihn zu holen im Winter. Großartig. Das ist auch noch spannend. Vor die Seite. Heiße Diskussion wieder. Sind sie jetzt wirklich der Bild, dass wir uns in Mönchengladbach, da war der eingewechselte Sport im Fall gekommen. Was ich da sagt, da war auch Ball gespielt, sicherweise auch eine Abseitsposition vorher auf jeden Fall jetzt erstmal Verhandlungspause. Und schauen wir jetzt mal schnell erstmal zu keiner Bücher und kommen wir wieder. muss da eigentlich runter sein. Die Verteidiger ist noch voll fertig. Also die einzige echte Möglichkeit für Zweitmöglichkeit für den BVB. Winkel. Die scheiterte. Gegangen war es nach 50 Situationen in Tor aus. Die Millionenspiele. Und wir gehen fertig von seinen Männern. Über die Liga, für die Champions League. Dienstag. Ja, nicht die beste Quote haben. 12,5 Millionen Euro bringen. Würde man den Einzug und mit den besten Spiel schaffen. Jetzt hat Volkschaft. Und wieder mit der Uhr aus der Distanz. Jetzt ist es vorbei. Borussia Dortmund erfeindet sich hier im Borussia Park und Mönchengladbach. Ein Dreier gewinnt 2:1, ein Spiel mit extrem vielen Führungen und geht an die BVB.
Und Abpfiff. Das war die Bundesliga. Auf Sky. Mit Krombacher Springziehen.
Es gibt so viele Möglichkeiten, wie ich mein Leben hätte führen können. Manchmal ist es nur eine einzige. Nicht nur links, sondern ganz andere Weg. Jedenfalls froh, Menschen um mich sagen, die mich dem Wissen melden und beraten.
Wie auch immer du dein Leben leben willst. Wir sind dein Coach in allen Finanzfragen. Deutsche Vermögensberatung.
5 Spiele, 15 Tore in dieser Konferenz. Der BVB gewinnt. Das Ganze jetzt nochmal zusammen bei Asad oder es geht das Topspiel. Der VfB gegen Eintracht Frankfurt.
Es geht erfrischend weiter. Die Bundesliga live auf Sky. Mit Krombacher Springziehen.
Typical Sportwelt.
Direkt über Sky und dann private Sender für Batterie mit perfekter HD-Bildqualität. Orlando München. Das hätte für alle, die gerne mal ihre Freunde. Die gemeinsam das Leben. Die den Feierabend am liebsten gemeinsam. Das Leben einfach besser. Die Steuer gibt's ganz schnell. Polizei für Sie die neue Welt. Austauschbare Blumenbehälter und genießen Sie handumdrehten Kaffee ganz nach Ihrem Geschmack. In Ihr Startpaket.
Los geht's. Die Bruder von Giga-Kombi präsentiert dir das Topspiel.
Das Topspiel. Jetzt bleibt.
Die MAP-Arena ist platt. Heute ganz offiziell. Das ist das erste Mal. 60.000 wollen den VfB begleiten. Letzten 6 Spiele Richtung Champions League Frankfurt jetzt zu Gast. Wir wollen auch international spielen. Damit ganz herzlich willkommen bei Sky zum Typico Topspiel. Es ist alles neu. Und es ist alles fertig. Umgesetzt nach Montag. Kabine vom VfB Stuttgart. Kein Gewinn. Übrigens, er ist leider verletzt. Wir werden ihn ersetzen. Du bist Angestellter von Frankfurt. Du wolltest mich ganz kurz fragen.
Ich versuche es für die Analysen auf jeden Fall. Natürlich, wenn man es im eigenen Verein mal gut geht, aber nicht so schlimm.
Gehalten, wenn wir mal ein bisschen nach vorne gehen, das ist ein ganz neuer Bereich hier. Dahinter sitzen bis zu 200 Leute, wenn es dann offiziell eingesetzt wird. Die beiden 1500 Euro verspiegelt. Ja, und ich kann sagen, wie viel wäre es dir wert? Also die können dann alle schauen, sozusagen jetzt, die sitzen dahinter und essen. Können die Spieler, die kommt der VfB Stuttgart erlangen. Auf der anderen Seite, ich kann es ja nicht wirklich sagen, ich bin nicht auf dem Fußball oder aus der Karte. Ja, ich bin der VfB gegen Frankfurt spielt, auch wenn ich das reinziehen nur. Schaust du? Jetzt genau Matthias und die Jude. Das war ja natürlich auch natürlich. Ja, natürlich ist Fußball heute. Fußball ist in der Welt nicht nur auf dem Platz, sondern auch drumherum. Und natürlich wird es angeboten, viele Bürger betragen, Leute, die auch ein bisschen zu viel Geld haben, die da auch meinen, okay, gibt es Kälte, dann schafft man das vielleicht ein bisschen besseres Essen, gehört dazu, nicht nur jetzt in 9 Stuttgarter Stadion. Also Leverkusen und soll es morgen dann selber machen, übrigens noch ganz kurz, weil die Bayern ja gewonnen haben, Tore schauen wir uns gleich an, aber erstmal, bevor wir ins Stadion reingehen, Julia, Deutschland hat gesagt, er wünscht ein bisschen mehr Heavy Metal von der Eintracht. Gibst du damit?
Das ist so die allgemeine Meinung, die natürlich auch um den Verein, im Verein natürlich herrscht, was das auch gewohnt ist. Von der Eintracht in den letzten Jahren, aus den letzten Jahren, wie man die Europa League gewonnen hat, da war immer was los auf dem Platz. Und im Moment sind es vielleicht hier und da zu viele Unentschieden, vielleicht auch zu wenig Tore, da hört man sich natürlich defensiv, einigermaßen stabilisiert, hat mehr Kontrolle. Durch die Europa wird auch ins Spiel gekommen, aber trotzdem die Kunst, eine gute Balance finden, dass auch die Fans, der Verein wieder für dieses Feuerwerk auf dem Platz auch wieder stehen.
Oder das Champions League Wetter heute? Absolut. Ich habe schon 2, 3 Wochen Champions League Wetter, aber sie müssen sich damit abfinden und wollten sich wahrscheinlich damit abfinden, dass es nächstes Jahr überzeugt, Stabilität, gut breit aufgestellte Kader, gute Atmosphäre, um den Verein herum, auch auf dem Platz, in der Kiste noch ein bisschen so, ja, politische Spiegelei, würde ich sagen, beziehungsweise Fachkämpfe, aber das ist die Mannschaft nicht. Das kommt bei der Mannschaft gar nicht an. Es wird weggelächelt oder weggeschoben. Sie konzentrieren sich auf Fußball, das machen sie seit einigen Monaten hervorragend. Sebastian Möbels hat hier was reingebracht, was die Stuttgarter über Jahre vermisst haben. Sie sind jetzt in einer Position, wo man eigentlich sagen kann, durch was Champions League betrifft, meiner Meinung nach, Und natürlich von hinten natürlich auch mit dem gerade gesehen, Papa Hönes, Peter Hönes, haben wir gleich bei uns zu Gast. Ich bin mal gespannt, was er uns so erzählt. Ich habe seinen Manager, also Vater-Sohn-Beziehung. Die beiden Bayern-Tore schauen wir uns auch an gegen Köln. Die Redochef und Müller, die Bayern ohne 7, viel rotiert, Koman mit einer Muskelverletzung schon die 24. Also ein Nebenthema. Und dann macht es Leverkusen morgen gegen wen?
Ja, also das sieht danach aus. Wer ist heute Leverkusen? Man hat es jetzt unter der Woche gesehen gegen West Ham, wo sie unheimlich dominant sind, eben auch gegen diese Top-Clubs aus ganz Europa extrem standhaft sind. Und vielleicht war schon einige Schritte weiter, als man Leverkusen wirklich auch zugetraut hat, aber sie gehen den Weg unbeirrt weiter, unheimlich viel Selbstvertrauen und wechseln auch immer wieder durch. Aber wenig Verletzungen im Kader und der ganze Kader funktioniert extrem gut zusammen.
Ja, also wir haben die Tabelle ja gerade gesehen, Leverkusen mit einem Sieg morgen automatisch dann deutscher Meister schon sehr, sehr früh in der Saison. Wir gehen mal weiter Richtung Tischrunde, aber was uns ja aufgefallen ist mit diesen Verletzungen, also Leverkusen war zu alle Spieler bis auf Luschek, nur die Bayern 24. Muskelverletzung, da muss man sich schon mit auseinandersetzen.
Ja, super, natürlich die Probleme hat die Antiverletzung vorher auch. Mit Gladbach hat man vor 30 Jahren für die Verletzung gehabt, Borussia Dortmund auch. Und bei Bayern einfach fehlt am Rasen, am Trainingsinhalt, an der ärztlichen Abteilung. Ja, man sucht natürlich ganz viele Gründe und
der ohne Muskelverletzung heute.
deswegen ist auch sehr verletzt, weil er da war. Aber 20 haben sie die Spieler von Bayern auch. Ja, die Zahlen muss man sich stellen. Und ich glaube, das wird auch ein Hauptthema sein in den nächsten Wochen, weil jede Verletzung zu sehr der Qualität der Mannschaft fehlt, weil man auf diese Spieler nicht zurückgreifen kann. Und wenn man jetzt sieht, Gnabry fällt aus, jetzt eigentlich kein Anführungszeichen Ersatzmann Koman, schwere Verletzung. Ich sage, das ist nicht gut, 2 Jahre konnte gar keine Spannung mehr reinbringen, hat sich für ihn meiner Meinung nach die Saison beendet, Ferndiagnose. Aber das sind natürlich schmerzhafte Spiele, die da fehlen. Ja, die wichtigen Spiele, gerade in der Champions League, die Geschwindigkeit von beiden, die Durchschnittlichkeit von beiden, wird ihn gegen Arsenal drehen und auch Thomas Tuchel ist als Rechter natürlich ganz sicher darüber nicht erfreut, weil er muss wahrscheinlich schon wieder seine Gedanken ein bisschen anders orientieren, damit noch die Aufstellung wird.
Jetzt zu diesem schönen Titel von Topspiel. Also Stuttgart will den Champions League Platz festigen und Frankfurt ihren internationalen Platz. Und der Schwarm Express legt jetzt los. Nächste halt Champions League.
Klares Lieber. Wir wollen mehr. Noch nicht sehr schönes Spiel vor der Brust. Der nächste Schritt geht von der ersten Sekunde an bereit sein.
Oh. Where's the fireworks coming from?
Und erste Einspiel für den VfB. Die Torhüterstrafe. VfB, Mühle verletzt. Unlängst bei den Bayern verlängert bis 29. Weiter aufgehen an den VfB und zuschauen. Tor von VfB Stuttgart. Und wollen wir doch mal den Wolf dazu bitten? Komm mal, ja, ich muss mich hier durchkämpfen. Der braucht ja einen Mund an Fotografen. Letzten 10, ja, die Niederlage läuft. Und jetzt kommst du. Ich habe Sebastian Hönes gehört, der ich habe Kopfschmerzen. So viele gute Spieler, man muss einigen sagen, dass sie nicht dürfen. Wer darf denn?
Wollen wir auch gut, aber was vorbereitet. Du hast schon gesagt, muskuläre Probleme. Melo, Training zwischen den Posten. Keine Bundesligaspiele in dieser Saison. Also, es liegt auch noch gar nicht so lange zurück. Anton hat schwere wieder. Sterling aus seiner Einwechslung als Flug gemacht. Ackermann hat muskuläre Probleme und Milo rotiert dafür auf die Bank, sodass Führig spielen kann, sodass Lebling spielen kann. Der ist sehr gut gemacht hat letzte Woche in Dortmund. Und dann unter Gerazi. Ja, unrotierbar.
Also die Tore insgesamt der Mannschaft, die Frankfurt schlägt heute.
Das ist schon eine Qualität, die du extrem schwer im Moment bremsen kannst. Dazu führe ich natürlich auf der linken Seite viele Angriffe über links. Ist natürlich die Frage, wie Frankfurt seine rechte Seite, ein Stück ganz linke Seite dann auch in den Griff bekommt.
Fragen wir erstmal den Herrn Wunder, ob er gedenkt, heute ein Tor zu schießen. Da liegt den haben wir auch direkt am Bus gefragt.
Ja. Topspielzeit ist VfB-Zeit. Jedes Topspiel ist ja geworden. Wie groß die Topball auf einmal Frankfurt? Die steigen mit jeder Minute. Ich glaube, wir sind richtig fokussiert. Die wollen das Spiel unbedingt gewinnen. Super Wetter und volle Stadion. Ich glaube, wir sind nichts Besseres. Ist das Wetter für den Profi? Wir haben gerade 25, 26 Jahre. Ist schon hart. Ich glaube, ab der 16, 17 merkt man das schon, dass es warm ist. Aber damit muss man jetzt klarkommen. Ich glaube, man ist nicht umsonst Sportler. Die sind eben aus dem Bus gestiegen. Alexander Übel fehlt heute. Was bedeutet sein Ausfall für die Mannschaft?
Da war ich mir keine Sorgen. Ich glaube, Fabi hat das in den 3 Spielen, wo er auch gespielt hat, einen super Job gemacht. Und ich glaube, er sollte auch einen super Job machen. Wir müssen als Mannschaft verteidigen, versuchen die 0 zu halten und dann Dinge von sich.
Ich jetzt gerade mal in den Katalogen, in den neuen Kabinen. Sind ja nie gerade neu. Seit Deutschland wollen sie sich auf das das sieht echt stylisch aus. Es gibt so einen Wasserfall. Das ist alles in Grau gehalten. Also es ist Champions League Niveau. Ich bin gespannt, ich muss gucken. Ich war selber noch nicht drin, habe mir das angeguckt, aber gestern noch alles. Ich bin da noch viel direkter, aber ich bin gespannt, was er ist. Wenn du sagst, es ist sehr schön, bin ich gespannt. Muss schauen, ne? Das ist auf jeden Fall so. Absolut, ein Konterfall abgegeben. Wie entscheiden wir jetzt noch die Minuten bis zum Anschluss? Gibt es spezielle Maßnahmen, noch ein Stretching, nochmal einen Talkman-Coach oder was steht jetzt noch auf dem Plan?
Nichts entspannen, selber vorbereiten, jeder hat einen Morgen und dann man macht sie mit Rest.
Sieht das eigene Ritual aus?
Entspannen, Red Bull trinken und dann
Jetzt vielen Dank, alles Gute. Bis später, ciao, ciao.
so sichert man sich mehrere Dosen.
Yeah, so many quads today.
Sieht aus wie so ein Museum fast.
Das hat mich jetzt schon beeindruckt, was da so alle Spiele hängen, wie der Name und drüber steht. Ja, so die Geschichte. Kann man alles noch hin und starten.
Mit der Kabine musst du Champions League spielen. Ja. Das haben wir gar nicht anderes. Also so wie bei dir früher quasi. Erste Spiel.
Alright guys, last 10 minutes. Let's hope maybe we get another big one. Already thanks for everyone watching, thanks for everyone playing, really enjoyed today. We had some nice bluffs, some nice raises and value bets, and yeah, big shout out to Semi Bluff, who really went for it, like that style a lot. He got me with the bluffs. I think he got caught by some others, or actually running into some nuts that was pretty unlucky. But then everyone here still we got some good hands going.
Shaibi, Mamouche vorne, genau rüber rechts. Jetzt gehe ich mal von aus, dass es mal gegen den Ball und schießt 2. Ja. Der Larson läuft runter und der Herr Siebel sagt ihm wohin. 40 ist eine gute Idee.
Das ist genau gemacht. Aber wer ist gelaufen? Da haben wir uns nicht gelaufen und ich habe delegiert. Ja? So musst du eben auch deine Stärken einbringen. Den Fang von dem, ja, er ist da mal vielleicht ein Meter voraus, aber natürlich in der ersten Geschwindigkeit steht ihm vielleicht auch mal der eine Meter oder andere Meter steht. Es ist wichtig, dass die Mannschaft noch macht, dass man sich gegenseitig unterstützen kann. Das auch an das sehen wir nicht, wie lange Lauf wir machen muss. Jetzt nicht nach hinten, weil da hat er dann natürlich schon Nachteile, aber das ist einfach alles nicht.
Vielen Dank, Boss. Gerne. Ich werde Lothar gleich noch fragen, wie viel er für Dieter Hönes gelaufen ist, der gleich unser Gast im Schau steht und die steht da hinten schon bereit. Sehr laut. Mit Dieter Hönes, dem Papa von Sebastian und hat noch den Hinweis morgen natürlich auch mit Leverkusen-Meister. Vorher können Sie sich nochmal die Xabi Alonso anschauen. Knappe halbe Stunde bei uns lohnt sich wirklich auf den Spuren von Xabi Alonso immer auf Sky Q abrufbar. Bis gleich zurück beim Topspiel Stuttgart.
die Bundesliga, dann auf der frischen Clubs.
Ja. Ich bin noch im Stream, ne? Ich stream noch, Nina. I will be back in a second. Just emergency call from my wife. Sorry for that.